Well, good morning, everybody. The ROTAX Max Challenge U.S. Trophy Final main events are about to get started. Xander Clemens here alongside me, Haley Donaldson, Mike Smith, and Henry, of course, over in the booth getting ready to call all the action. What we wanted to do is start on the racetrack here and show you guys a little bit of what the conditions. Mike and Henry were touching on it a little bit, and you could see that from that first shot we had. And then in this corner, for example, right now, it's still extremely dark on the standard racing line because, of course, in the warm-up session, they're going to go offline. They're going to go to the outside. What that does is a couple of things. For one, that's going to dry this part of the racetrack out a little bit quicker before it will dry the regular groove. But in general, heating up the surface and the fact that we're going to be racing side by side, that inside natural groove will slowly lighten up, and you'll see drivers starting to make dirt track style slide job passes. Haley, you and I saw a ton of aggression yesterday in Junior Max, in Mini Max, and Senior Max, and of course, Masters Max a little bit more tame. In fact, so tame that we actually have some breaking news here that you can break for today.
Yeah, so since the Masters all collectively decided that they were not going to run the racing line today, the series decided that the Senior Maxes are going to fill their spot, and so they will run those seniors as soon as the track is cleared from the juniors.
That's right. The Masters Max drivers came out of tech after the pre-final. I believe they must have been talking to each other on the grid beforehand. They said, you know what, we're good. We had a ton of fun driving this weekend. We enjoyed. We got all the laps we wanted. We don't want to have to go through and disassemble all our karts and clean them at the end of the weekend. So we won't be having the Masters Max drivers out. You didn't see them in the warm-up. They won't be racing their main. They're happy with their pre-final results. Part of the reason for that is they didn't have a Grand Finals ticket on the line. This is a one-off race with a ticket on the line for Junior, for Mini, and for Senior. And I believe in Senior, that's where our DD2 ticket is as well. So the second place driver in Senior Max will have the option for DD2. And that, again, brings us back to an event from your hometown, the Miami Grands. This is a one-off. You're going to see a lot of aggression, just like we saw in the heats yesterday. There's no championship. It's all about this final session.
Yeah, and so, Xander, I think that what we will see a lot of is that just little extra bit of aggression that maybe if we didn't see it originally, we're going to get just a little bit more from all of these drivers today, and I think that it's going to stir the pot.
And a lot of these drivers haven't raced against each other week to week. We're used to seeing a lot of point buys and a bit of conservation between the drivers, knowing that, hey, I'll see this guy next week. I'll pay him a favor this week. He'll pay it back to me next week. You don't have that now. Henry touched on it. Mike touched on it. It's a lot of different faces all clashing together, so there's no kind of back-end respect. But nonetheless, Henry, Mike, I'm going to send it up to you guys here before we get ready to do our national anthem and then our Junior Max main event. But for Haley and I down on the grid and down on the racetrack, it's still damp. It is starting to patch and get a bit dry, but I can tell you right now, every single Junior Max driver is going on those Mojo wet tires.
Thank you very much, Xander. Thank you very much, Haley. Ladies and gentlemen, in the paddock, for those who are able to, could you please now stand and remove your hats as we play the national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your cooperation. Let's go racing. Let's find 5 more ticket holders to the biggest party in world karting, the ROTAX Grand Finals. It's the Olympic Games of our sport. Olivier Chassé has been before representing Canada. He wants to go again. Mike, you can cut the tension with a butter knife. We are getting towards the most important race of the season for some of the regular ROTAX drivers. For some of the drivers that don't race ROTAX regularly, this is, hey, it's a one-off. It's a free shot. There's no pressure. It's not what they normally race. Hey, why not just throw your hat into the ring, so to speak. For others who race in the ROTAX trophy events around the United States, this is the culmination of a season's work. There is Achilles Siperco. He has tried twice this year, both at the Winter Trophy and at the US Trophy West. Hasn't made it, yes. Could this be a first for Achilles? As we look up the order, as Xander Clements correctly said, every single driver on wet Mojo rubber. Benham Abernathy for the Holtz Driver Development Team. Those are the wet tyres he used in warm-up this morning. And there were a few globules of rain falling during the anthem, Mike.
Yeah, not enough to make a huge change in what's going on. We're still heading towards the drying of the track, but not dry enough. This is definitely the way to go. Not only do the wet tires move water out of the way, they are a softer compound than your standard dry tire, but they can wear out pretty fast if you don't have that wet to keep them cool. I don't think we're going to have that problem here in the juniors, but regardless, it is all about making the adjustment from yesterday, full dry, full speed, full send, to slightly more careful all the same.
Yes, well, Mate Kobakidze from Tbilisi in Georgia, trying to go back to the Grand Finals, I believe, for a third time. First went there as a Micromax driver in 2022. He remains the only driver ever to have qualified for the Grand Finals from Georgia. His nickname is the Gladiator, and with just one ticket available, whoever does make it will need to put in a gladiatorial performance. Xander Clements and Haley Donaldson down on the grid have just reported up to us, Mike, that it is starting to drizzle down on the circuit. And in a way, Mike, that will help a lot of the drivers. That'll make a lot of the drivers feel easier because, of course, there's a brand new set of Mojo rubber for the number 243 Troy Ferguson.
And a little bit of a note I got here from eKarting News, David Cole.
Oh, hello.
Davin Roberts on slicks.
Oh, hello, Davin. Good morning. Well, Davin's already qualified. There are 2 drivers in this field who already have their tickets. Davin Roberts won the ROTAX Winter Trophy in Orlando in February. Kyle Drysdale won the ROTAX West Trophy in Phoenix in March. So for them, this is there. There is a look at Davin Roberts on slick tyres. Why not roll the dice? Why not roll the dice, Davin? What's the worst that can happen?
Well,
you finish 30th and you're on the flight to Bahrain anyway for Team USA.
Do you know who just became the most popular driver right now? Davin Roberts, because everybody on the sidelines is going to be watching the 215. Is this going to work or is it not going to work? We're going to find out here shortly. And, hey, I love the dice roll. What do you got to lose? Let's try it.
But you know something? If there was a driver that was going to do that, then I would put Davin is a driver to do that. There's his dad, Nathan, in the background coming up. Davin is a tall driver. He mentioned yesterday, he said, in the rain it suits me because I'm tall, I've got a lot more weight, I can move around in the kart. So that is an advantage. So he can use his body weight to mitigate the fact that he's giving up a little bit of grip. Everybody is going to be watching Davin Roberts' lap times, and I mean everybody.
Especially at the end. I'll tell you right now that the first thing he's got to do is get through turn 1. Well, I take that back. The first thing he's got to do is navigate the course on warm-up.
Yes,
be able to slot in where he's supposed to be, etc. But then it's about turn 1. He's going to have to ease off, brake early. The rest of the guys are going to be watching out. So if you're behind the 215, you're like, all right, well, I got to watch out. But as the circuit develops, as it continues to dry, he could be the one to watch.
Yep, there is Edward Kennedy from Rivière-Baudet in Quebec. What a town name. What a place. What a place. I already love the sound of Rivière-Baudet.
No bias there.
No bias there whatsoever. I mean, I'm so glad that the karting community in Rivière-Baudet thought, oh, we'll name our entire town after Henry. Thank you very much. I'm sure that's the reason. I'm sure.
Aside from that little bit of drizzle we have coming down, the time that we are going right now, a little bit of a breeze, all of that is, and hey, maybe a little bit of a drizzle here on the pit lane. It's a mile-long circuit. So maybe I-70, maybe elsewhere on the circuit, it's not having any of that drizzle. It's all lending itself to, and you can kind of see the difference in even on the grid pavement, the lighter colored, we're seeing less and less of that wetness.
Yep, Alexis Baillargeon, a top 5 finisher in the 2021 ROTAX Grand Finals in Bahrain in Micromax. Look at some of the ingenuity, the engineering that's going onto these karts to stiffen the chassis, to give them more flex. Tape floor trays. This is something that, hey, in the conditions, let's try and do something. Darren Kidd from Vernon, New Jersey, a real star of the show this weekend. He's a ROTAX regional champion from the New Jersey series. He's one to watch.
No, that tape too. It's going to keep a lot of that water from going up into the airbox and things like that. So it's all trying to find every little piece to not only find advantage but limit disadvantage anytime you can.
Yep, the Mike Doty racing team had some checkered flag tape. As engines are fired, we are heading out onto the circuit for the Junior ROTAX Final. 30 drivers, 1 ticket to the big show. Who is going to take it? Your starting lineup is on its way. Alexis Baillargeon and Little Sizzle Isaac Malquit on row number 1. Canada and the USA, an All-American second row, Darren Kidd and Troy Ferguson. Sebastian Rist and Nico Katowski go from row 3. Kyle Drysdale and Georgia's Mate Kopakidze on row 4. Canada's Edward Kennedy on row 5 alongside Landon Boer. Benham Abernathy, Marco Summut on row 6. Davin Roberts on slick tyres on row 7 alongside Canada's Olivier Chassé, Max Maitev and Luke Konjanapatak. Konjanapatak has been to the Grand Finals before, representing Thailand. Leo De Silva from Canada and Shotaro Sunakawa, now based in the USA but originally from Japan, go from row number 9. Achilles Siperko and Xander Malatesta round out your top 20. Row number 11, Kingston Gaduri and the Lionsville from Zionsville, Indiana's own William Vita. Donovan Hogan and Ava Cabral go from row 12. Logan Goddard, the Team Clean Gold driver, alongside Cole Vetter. Gabriel Payne, Chris Goulet, Rory Baziuk, Matthew Holland, Griffin Vukic are the final starters. The final 4 names are not on the circuit. Here we go, Mike Smith. The tension is in the air, and you can see a gap. I don't think that Davin Roberts has been able to maintain the pace. Have we gone racing? Have we gone? I can't see how that would be a start, Mike. No, it's a false start. False start indeed.
Yeah, the starter was shaking his head there. I was keeping an eye out for maybe a yellow down there in I-70 to kind of give us a glimpse, but no, exactly that. The whole group there from about row 5 or 6 wasn't able to stay right with him.
Where's Davin Roberts? Has Davin Roberts come around? He came around in 21st position, so he wasn't able to maintain his pace on stick tires on the rolling lap.
That's what I was getting, right?
Yep.
Job number one, get around the warm-up. So he's already learned a ton, and it's going to be about how much slower he's going to go. The drivers around him now know how much room they need to give him to get down into turn number one cleanly.
Yep, and like you said, he's one of only 2 drivers here where the result does not matter. 31 drivers start, 29 drivers. There is Roberts. And, I mean, we'll get news from our camera operatives around the circuit about the weather, if it's raining or if it's stopped raining during the course of the race. Cell Tower, you can see there, the rain is coming down at Cell Tower corner. So it looks as though, and you can see the tech officials there saying, slow down into Tech Barn Bend. That is going to be one heck of a corner in the rain. Let's have a look. Davin Roberts is there. You can see Davin with the red flash on his the nose cone of his number 215 kart. Now, if I were the number 266 of Max Maitev, I would be very, very nervous, and I'd be looking to get out of the way because Roberts will not be quick. Here we go then. Junior ROTAX final. Into turn number one. Lights are out. We are off and racing. You hear the full sound of 31 Junior ROTAX engines into turn number one, I-70 corner. First lead change as Bayerjon, and I think that was that Kobakidze? It was Mate Kobakidze. A great start from the Georgian, side by side with Bayerjon for first place. Katowski's up to third, Malquit in fourth.
And Davin Roberts was able to make it through the first few corners, but immediately goes backwards. We'll see how that thing goes, but we'll keep an eye on him. We're going to keep our eyes right here, though, as the 292 of Katowski runs out of road on the outside.
Yeah, indeed, just getting squeezed. It's going to be so difficult. This is great news for Alexis Bayerjon. He's got clean track in front of him. It's not so bad. He can now maybe stretch away up into fourth place. Marco Samut, the New Yorker, with the Maltese crest on the back of his crash helmet for his family heritage. He's up to P4 as they tiptoe their way around turn 15 through 16 to complete lap 1 of 16. This is the start of lap 2.
Yeah, you've got Bayerjon, Kobakidze, Malquit, Samu, Katowski, top 5, then Boer, Ferguson, Kennedy, Drysdale, Rist, out of the top 10.
This is the start of lap 2, is it not?
Down into scoreboard corner, and then as they come out, they're able to get a lot of speed with the people who kind of have the lane choice. If you are out front or have a little bit of a gap between you and the person in front of you, you get to dictate terms. I can go where I want. If you're the following driver, you have to do something a little bit different. Braking zones are going to be different, and how your kart handles, all of those things start to come into play. Passing gets a little bit more interesting.
Yes, indeed. Davin Roberts came around in 31st and last position. 13 seconds off the race lead. We'll keep an update on there. Oh, there is the 299 out the race. Christopher Goulet for the PSL karting team. The Canadian driver from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu out of the race. He is the first, the first piece to fall here. And Kobakidze for the FAF Motorsport team sitting behind Bayerjon. Bayerjon for Premier Karting in association with Plateau Energy Drink. Under pressure, Kobakidze to the inside. Bayerjon cuts across. Look at the line that Kobakidze takes to avoid Bayerjon and also to try and mitigate the loss of momentum down the straight towards scoreboard bend. Already Kobakidze is right back there into P3. Malquit and Samu there in third and fourth. Katowski, Landon Boer, Edward Kennedy, Troy Ferguson, Sebastian Rist and Kyle Drysdale. The rest of your top 10. Darren Kidd has fallen back to 16th, and Davin Roberts, a 1 minute 26.9 compared to a 1 minute 18.9 for those on wet tyres.
It's going to be a really, really tough ask to make a quick decision, a quick line change, but Kobakidze does a nice job of switching from going full inside and having that defense go in front of him to switch to the outside, as you say, carry the speed, and he was able to do so for a good run coming out and making sure he had a shot to make the pass there for the lead.
Yes, indeed. Kobakidze now at the head of the field. Bayerjon can have a couple of laps to look and judge the grip levels as they change. Malquit is right there. The lead group spreading out. Benham Abernathy cracks the top 10 into I-70. And you could, well, Kobakidze, he misses the apex and then gets a lot better straight line speed going down towards Scoreboard Bend. And, oh, what a lunge. Alexis Bayerjon to the inside of Kobakidze. That's a move from the Canadian hailing from the town of L'Epiphanie.
Yeah, that's the nature of wet racing. All lines are available to you because they may not have grip in the apex, but it can come back to you on the exit, and he gets the job done beautifully. Here to the inside with a look. I think that was Malquit who took a look for a second. No, yeah, and then he got Samut now is going to go side by side with Malquit. It can be a tough ask for any kind of crossover. No, single foul once again. Yeah,
Isaac Malquit there in the Mike Doty Racing number 275. Marco Samut, the Brandon Jars of Crack Racing 257. Up into sixth position has now come Edward Kennedy in the bright yellow and black race suit. Another driver, very experienced. He's been to the grand finals twice before for Canada. Has Kennedy, he's ahead of Katowski, Boer, Ferguson, Rist, Abernathy. Behind Abernathy, Olivier Chassé, Leo De Silva, and Kyle Drysdale.
Drivers on the move right now are indeed Boer and Kennedy. Kennedy now up 4 spots. 4 spots to 5th. As you see the move on your screen, that was Malquit getting job done on the exit of I-70. Now setting sights up front. Things are changing at the front. Look at a little bit of contact in the braking zone there. That's Kobakidze trying to do work on Samut. And here comes Kennedy.
Here comes Kennedy indeed. For those of you, Davin Roberts has just gone round in a 1 minute 20.7. The race leader last time around, Alexis Bayerjon, 1 minute 17.5. As Samut drops a wheel. The difference is getting shorter and shorter between slick tyres and wet tyres. In fact, Roberts last time round was quicker than 5 of the 6 drivers directly in front of him on the circuit. However, he's 27 seconds off the race lead after just 5 laps.
One of the things that'll be interesting is how far down the pathway of...
Oh, Kennedy runs wide. Sorry, Mike. Kennedy into Tech Barn Bend runs wide. Look at Landon Boer. Look at the MPG Motorsports car, Mike.
Indeed, yeah, that's what I was just going to point out. It's going to be interesting to see how much Kennedy can hold on to it because he has been moving forward, but you dropped the wheel on the previous corner and he immediately loses, and that was going to be Boer making the move with Katowski going with him.
Benham Abernathy in the Hoax Drive Development Machine makes a move. There's Sebastian Rist in the cart number 221, picking up a couple of positions. Kennedy, he's got to stem the bleeding. And Landon Boer, well, Landon is from nearby Avon, Indiana. You won't get this reference, Mike, but Avon calling as Boer. The Avon lady would bring around with their catalogue to all the housewives back in the 60s and 70s to knock the door. Avon calling so you could get all your beauty products. Well, Avon is calling here in Junior ROTAX in the form of 220. Landon Boer behind Troy Ferguson on the brand new factory cart.
Yeah, at the front, you've got Alexis Bayerjon now down in the 16s. This track is drying very, very fast. Yep. And it could be a scenario where some drivers didn't go all in.
Oh. No, Kennedy. Edward
left
Kennedy.
Front tire possibly down there.
Oh, he crawls into pits. That's disaster for Edward Kennedy. It will not be a third grand finals. Here's a battle for the race lead. Little sizzle. Isaac Malquit takes the lead into I-70 from Bayerjon.
Yeah, I wonder if some of these drivers, that's what I was just going to point out before Kennedy goes in, if they didn't go all down the pathway of full rain setup, they did a little bit of a hybrid where they got rain tires, but a little bit anticipating the dry, making sure they could be good when that happened. It's absolutely could be with the case with Malquit, who's getting quicker and quicker. Fastest last time by to 1:15. Just a couple laps ago, we were in the 18s. This track is drying very fast.
It is drying very fast. Now, I'm trying to think back of what the dry weather time was yesterday. It was a 105, a 104 for the junior drivers. It was a 105 or a 106. I'm trying to remember. So we're still about 10 seconds off dry weather pace here. Davin Roberts, a 119. So Roberts is getting quicker on his slick tyres. So are the drivers on wet. So the gap between slicks and wets is still about 4 seconds a lap in favour of the wets. But Roberts is getting quicker and quicker as we make it to halfway home.
Let's see if now there's clean air for the first time from Malquit. Can Malquit pull away from Bayerjan? Bayerjan about 4/10 back, and then you've got a 1.2 advantage for Malquit over Kobakitse. Remember, Kobakitse, the driver to beat arguably all day in the dry yesterday. These drivers were right with him, but now Malquit showing the way here as we start the second half of the race.
Yep, I tell you what, we're starting the second half of this race, and we're down to 4 contenders, because 5th place Landon Boer is now 8 seconds off the lead. There are your 4 contenders in frame now, with Marco Samut clinging on as best he can. Samut needs a good couple of laps here to get himself back on the rear bumper of Kobakidze. Here is the chasing pack, but they're dropping away lap after lap. You've got Boer, Ferguson, Abernathy, then De Silva just getting past there in the 218. They're 4 wide as Rist and Chassé, Kidd and Malatesta all involved. These are for the minor placings, however. There's Darren Kidd going through in the number 242, battling side by side with his teammate Sebastian Rist. Xander Malatesta just behind them. They're now 10-11 seconds behind the race leader, Mike.
And speaking of the race leader, can he pull away? The answer is yes. That's already happening. A 1:14.9, first driver in the 1:14s, pulls it out to a 0.8 second lead. So already 4/10 to the good for Malquit. Malquit showing the strength now, got out front, now has clean air. That setup is getting even better.
It is Malquit from the United States. Isaac comes from the town of Strasbourg in Ohio. Bayerjan from Quebec, L'Epiphanie in the French-Canadian region of Canada. Mate Kobakidze, Tbilisi, Georgia. Marco Samut from Locust Valley, New York. There your 4 contenders. There's Katowski going in on Leo De Silva. He runs wide, and both Kidd and the 263 of Chassé pick up a place there at the expense of Katowski, who now comes fighting back as the 292 of Nico Katowski under the tutelage of Colin Brown at the PSL Birrell RT Hall. This is great to watch, Mike, but the ticket is fading from all of these drivers' grasps lap after lap, because they're now 13 seconds behind race leader Isaac Malquit.
And you can see a wheel drop there, I believe, from Katowski. That's the thing. It's not dirt anymore, it's mud. And some of that stuff can be drawn onto the track. Now the next person that goes through, who in some cases can be the leader if the back parts do it, it can end up being a little bit slicker than he thought. Now, hey, up front talking about the fight for the ticket, Malquit was quickest. He's a 1:14.8. Well, Bayerjan and Kobakidze have joined him in the 14s. Now with 14.8, fastest lap of the race, though, Kobakidze 14.6. He'll need a little bit more to get back up there with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, the leaders are now in the 1 minute 14s, 1 minute 15 second bracket. Do you want to know who else is just getting into the 1 minute 15 second bracket? Davin Roberts on slick tyres. He may be 29th. He's 41 seconds off the lead. So this isn't about this race. So Roberts, this is a mini. The mechanics and the team owners in Minimax are now having absolute kittens.
Well, and you can see it there, that double right-hand corner just before they get to the finish line. You can see the white, the drying that happens there. Over here at I-70, closer to a normal line is Bayerjan right there, but still don't quite see it there. So it is a gamble. There's going to be areas, but here's the deal. If you're out front, it might be a gamble to take. If you're further back, the question is, how much of that dry line can you use, because as soon as you go offline, you don't have the grip to make the passes.
No, exactly. Isaac Malquic now 1.4 seconds in front of this man, Alexis Bayerjon. Mate Kobakidze runs in third position. There is Mate, and behind Mate, Marco Samuti's done a great job of holding on. Isaac Malquic qualified for the Grand Finals in 2020 as a Micromax driver. Then they were cancelled due to COVID. The only time since the year 2000 when the Grand Finals began that we have not had a ROTAX Grand Finals. He has missed out at this event the last 3 years. He has been here every one of the last 3 years here at Newcastle. There, on slick tyres, is Davin Roberts. Is the wait about to be over for Isaac Malquic? Now, let's have a look at how Davin is driving the kart. How aggressive can he be, Mike? What is that telling you about track conditions?
Yeah, he still has to take a rein line, or he's still trying to find a little bit. But you see that inside tire pickup? Some of that's going to be because he's a little bit taller, but that means he's getting that outside tire to work. As you see the driver in front of him, the 204, frustration. Now there's the pass attempt. No, there it is. So that tells a story.
Yeah, that tells a huge story, Mike.
The track may be okay to go cut some laps and have a decent lap time, but still 1:13.608. Malquic just goes purple and then purple and then purple. Not only is the track getting better, but he's getting things figured out. There is no one else that's going to catch him right now unless there's an issue. It's 13.6. Before we go on with that story, though, let's jump on down here to Xander Clemens at the pit lane.
Yeah, you guys have been calling it right. Looking at Davin Roberts on the racetrack, this Minimax pre-grid is a frenzy. You're looking at Jack Katowski's Micromax entry. Remember, he won the opening heat race yesterday on slicks ahead of the entire Minimax field. All the Micro and Minis are combined. They're running the same specs, but he's beating kids in an age group above him. There's a ton of other drivers also looking to try and take the gamble on slick tires, but if we pan back to the grid, there's about 10 or so that have committed themselves to the main event on the wets. So while everyone is still waiting and anxiously changing or making that decision with only a couple laps to go in Junior Max, it is a split decision, it looks like, that we're about to enter in Mini and Micro.
Well, and I'll tell you what we watched on screen, Davin Roberts, yes, his fast lap was a 1:15. That's still 2 seconds a lap slower than the leader, and as soon as he went for that move, he lost 2 more seconds.
Yeah, but, this is lap 14 out of 16. There's 14 laps there. Oh, I feel sick to my stomach for some of the Minimax teams, because it's going to come down to a gamble. The hard work that everyone's put in,
and then we'll hustle back down to the grid.
The hard work that everyone has put in to get to this point is now the roll of the dice.
And be able to do a pre-race report.
You would not want to be a Minimax driver, team, or mechanic. As we're watching Isaac Malquic, there is Mate Kobakidze now in second. I think, though, Mike, that he's left it too late. I think that we're looking at the new, well, not right now, but we're looking at the newest member of Team USA, Isaac Malquic.
Yeah, indeed, and this is going to be where the fundamentals of rain racing comes into play. Keep it on the track. If he takes a look over his shoulder, he'll see he's got a near 5-second lap, 5-second advantage. Just keep it on the track.
Yeah, I was pretty
the thing is, you don't want to do anything too crazy different, because then you start changing your line, making misses and stuff like that. But at 5 seconds lead, bring it home, buddy.
Yep, well, 1 minute 13.3 for Isaac Malquic. He has pulled away. It's going to be a dominant victory. The only person that can beat Isaac Malquic now is Isaac Malquic. Bayerjon, P2. Kobakidze, P3. Kobakidze and Bayerjon, P2 and 3. Here, though, is Isaac Malquic. 1 lap to go. 5 years of pain, of missed opportunities, of chances going begging for the VIP Fuel sponsored driver who moved over to Mike Doty Racing at the start of this season. Is the wait about to end for Strasburg, Ohio's Isaac Malquic? The Team USA race suit he earned in 2020. He never got to war. He's outgrown it. It remains a relic consigned to the back of his karting cupboard. But there's a new Team USA weight race suit waiting, and he's now just 3 corners away from putting it on. Down towards Tech Barn Bend, through turn 14. The Mike Doty Racing team hold their breath. They need to hold their breath no more. Isaac Malquit will go to the grand finals. The 5-year wait and heartache is over. Isaac, you can breathe again now.
What a phenomenal drive by Isaac Malquit. Perfectly done. Perfectly done. It was smooth, consistent at the end. Hey, fastest lap of the race, last lap of the race.
You know something? Alexis Baerjan, Mate Kobakidze, Marco Samut. And the second half of that race, you called it, Mike. You said the hybrid setup. You know, they put a dry setup on that kart with wet tyres, and he waltzed away to win by 6 seconds. Let's look back. Troy Ferguson, a 5th place finish. What a drive. Darren Kidd, great recovery to 6th. Landon Bua, 7th. Leo Da Silva. Shotaro Sunakawa, top 10 result for Pro Kart Concepts. Benim Abernathy. We look down the order. Kyle Drysdale, well, he's going to Bahrain anyway. There is Davin Roberts. And on the last lap, Davin Roberts did the second fastest lap of the entire race on slick tyres.
Slicks is definitely going to be the way to go until you have to pass.
Until it rains. But now, I mean, let's have a look. Hang on a second. Baerjan will be devastated. But that's a race where all the drivers will say, do you know what, best man, one of the day. Best driver, one of the day. Let's listen in.
I've got Isaac Malquit, your junior winner. Isaac, you've done this before. You've done it again. Tell me, how are you feeling now that you've got your ticket?
I feel really amazing, honestly. I've been trying to do this for a long time, and it feels really good to get the ticket, honestly, and I'm just very happy.
You didn't get to go whenever you qualified back in 2022. How excited are you to be able to get to go this time around?
I'm very happy. I can't wait to go.
And tell me about that race. You were getting continuously faster throughout the race. Was that you managing the tires, or was that your setup anticipating that it was going to stay dry?
Honestly, the setup that we had on the go-kart was honestly very good for the long run. At the beginning, it was a little bit loose compared to the other guys. And then as the run went on, we were just getting faster and faster and faster.
Thank you, Isaac, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And from our winner, Isaac Malquit, one of the big storylines through this race was the number of drivers that were able to climb up the starting grid. Marco, you weren't planning to be here till about 7 days ago, if not earlier this week, and you end out with a top 5 through the rain. We can see visually as well how much the left rear tire especially was getting chewed up. How was it out there, and how were you able to climb up the leaderboard?
I just had a really good start, and then I was kind of with them, but I don't think I really had the pace to keep with them. But I'm happy with the finish from where I started. But I just definitely don't think we had the pace, but I'm glad Isaac won because at least it's American, that one.
And talk to me about the track conditions out there, because this track, as you know, it dries in different places. What seemed to be the most wet, and what seemed to be the quickest to dry?
The quickest to dry was definitely like the 90s. They were pretty dry at the end-ish, like middle, but wet was definitely back there by like cell tower and stuff, but track definitely dries really quick and in some spots.
Well, it was a heck of a run. Who would you like to thank for all the help this week?
My dad, OTK, Brandon Jarscrack, Paulie for the little bit of coaching, GRE Engines, and REM for letting them stay under their tent for this weekend.
There you go. Congrats, Marco.
Thank you.
And with that, fellas, your top 5 in our first of 3 mains is wrapped up.
Yes, indeed. Isaac Malquit, Alexis Baerjan, Mate Kobakidze, Marco Samut, and Troy Ferguson. Well, in the words of Marco Samut, the track is drying quickly. There is Mate Kobakidze, Georgia, has to wait. Will he get another chance next weekend in Genk, Belgium? We'll have to see. We've got 2 more races coming up, and they're coming up after this next commercial break.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Karts are on track in Minimax, and let's see who is on what tyre. Xander Clements.
Able to visually see it, Henry. There's a pretty much 50-50 split down the grid, with one interesting note. You've got your first 4 rows and the majority of your contenders going to slicks. The back of the grid, the middle of the grid, and about row 5, you start to see some of the drivers going for wets. But most notably, the 124, Dalton Sears was the only driver with a spare set of new slicks, new Mojo tires. The majority of the field yesterday, in thinking it would be a full wet race today, used up their second set of tires in the pre-final. He's got stickers.
Xander, quickly, can you tell us who the highest starter is with wets?
I believe P9 and P10, Mike, and I'll give you a full rundown as they walk right by me here by the grid, getting ready to go. Give you a little more of an update as we roll. But your first 4 rows, I can tell you for sure, slick tires.
Copy that. We're getting ready to get going here, Henry. How about it?
Well, Arthur Faro, kart number 123. Samuel Chaveri from Costa Rica in kart number 106. Holden Myers and Hudson Howard. Lennox, Lockhart, and the 163 of Yusuf Adi. They are all on slicks. 1 race old slicks. Lights are out. We are off and racing. There's the sound of 28 Minimax and Micromax drivers coming through Scoreboard Bend. Oh, and there's a problem at the back for several of the micro drivers. Around Scoreboard Bend we go. Who has emerged in front? It looks, Faro had a terrible run coming off turn number 1. Samuel Chaveri has the race lead from Hudson Howard. Costa Rica leads the USA, leads Holden Myers, leads Arthur Faro, leads Lennox Lockhart. There's your top 5.
Remember, we had Davin Roberts, the lone driver on slicks. That's the one that everybody had to watch out
Oh,
for.
Chaveri, Marco Samut said Cell Tower was still very slippery. That has been proved to be correct.
And that's what I was going to mention, is you got the mixture now of all these drivers with that mix. Who's got wets, who's got dries. You don't really know what to do with everybody because it's a smorgasbord of who has what.
Yeah, the key is stay with the leader. Don't let the leader get away. 2 tickets available. So in this race, it's first and second across the line in Minimax. Get the tickets. Howard to the inside of Chaveri, but Chaveri on the higher line has got momentum. And we're down for another tyre report. We've got a new leader. It's not Xander Clements, it's Hudson Howard. Xander Clements, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so Mike, you were asking who was the highest driver on the wet tires. That's Lincoln Lima in the 111. He got a decent start, but not a great one, and you can already see when he's down the main straights and the slicks are getting a little more contact patch and a little more grip, they've got more straight line speed. So right now, the wet tires, it may already be that crossover point as we've got the full field going 2x2 on that first lap, continuing to put some more heat into the surface and dry things up.
Thanks, Sander. Yeah, I mean, that's going to make things pretty easy for our senior drivers if there's no more.
Oh no!
Lennox
Lockhart's gone around. Lennox Lockhart has gone around. The dream for the Bahamas comes to an end up at Cell Tower from 5th place. The Bahamas will not send a driver to the grand finals this year, as we have got a new leader in Samuel Chaveri, and we got a new second place driver. It is Arthur Farrow.
Yeah, things are starting to develop as far as our front runners go. I mean, we saw it in the previous race that things started to get spread out, but with things drying now, you have to be precise. You have to keep it on that dry line. I talk about how if you want to go make a pass, that it's going to be awfully difficult. Well, if you're just a little bit off of the standard line, which is basically 2 wheel tracks, then you're going to have a hard time. We already saw in the opening lap Chaveri sideways trying to get the power down, trying to come off the corner. Well, guess what? It's going to be Arthur Farrow making inroads right now. He lost it from the front, fell back a little bit, now starting to eke his way back up and try to take the fight to Chaveri.
Yes, indeed. And of course, this is where we saw Lockhart spin a lap ago. This is where it's still very treacherous at Cell Tower Bend. Down the straight towards Tech Barn Bend. Chaveri from Farrow, Howard, Myers, Addy, Lipka, LaRusso, Lima, Harrison Jeffrey, and then the number 128 of Del Grosso. Now, we talked about the number 122 Kart of Dalton Sears on brand new wet slick tires. He is down in, I'm just seeing he's not in the top 20. So the brand new slick tires not being a massive help as we look at the leaders. Now Lincoln Lima on wet tires is up to 8th place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Lima, to Xander's point, it's not horrible, but it's not really where he needs to be. He's still kind of on the outside of this lead group. The lead group actually ends with Lipka. Lipka, fastest driver on course right now, 1:14.2. The driver in P5. That comp cart is rolling the 1:88, 1.4 seconds, almost a second and a half down from Chaveri, but it is him, Lipka, making inroads.
Yes, indeed. Now, Hudson Howard understeering there, and there's one of the comp carts trying to make a move. That would be Holden Myers trying the crossover, and again, it's still so slippery. You make one mistake like Hudson Howard just did, and that's it. You lose a position, and you lose a lot of time.
Not only that, it almost seemed like it bogged down for a minute. He had a little sideways. The thing just didn't get rolling after that right away. So, yeah, not good for Howard, who is definitely one of our front runners all weekend. Now starting to go backwards. Next one to take fire, it's going to be Lipka. You may have a shot down here in I-70.
Well, do you know what? There were 2 countries here with 1 driver representing them in this class. The Bahamas with Lennox Lockhart and Costa Rica with Samuel Chaveri. Said yesterday the only time Costa Rica have ever stood on the Grand Finals podium was in 2018 DD2, where we were in Paraíba, Brazil, with Danny Formal, the big guy. Danny Formal. Can Samuel Chaveri make a little bit of history for Costa Rica and be the only driver to go there this year, because Costa Rica currently don't have a driver qualified for the Grand Finals? Look at Massimo LaRusso coming into play. That's CRG, the black and orange liveried machine, in 6th position. Lennox Lockhart is up to 18th position, but I believe, as it pains me to say, I believe the Bahamian dream is over for another year.
Yeah, indeed. It's Chaveri who's trying to put in perfect laps. 1:14, 1:81. Best last time by. LaRusso at a 1:94 further back. P2 Farrow was a 2:06 this time by. We're eking it out even further for Chaveri. A 1:14.0. Farrow a 1:14.3. But further back, LaRusso puts one in. A 1:13.7.
Yeah, lap times, and Lincoln Lima a 1:39 on wet tyres. It's not over yet for Lincoln Lima. A couple of spots of rain, and he is back in the mix. The best placed Micromax kart is Jack Katowski in 10th position overall. You know, this is with no disrespect to Jack at all. I'm glad that the fight for the tickets is going to be between the Minimax drivers on circuit, that there's no, you know, Micromax drivers who are playing spoiler. There is Lincoln Lima. Are those slick? They're slick tyres. They look like slick tyres to me.
They do indeed. They do indeed.
So I'm not quite sure who is the best placed driver on wets. That is.
Well, it's not going to be inside the lead group, as now we're starting to see LaRusso is the back part of the lead group at about 2 seconds astern as they go through here to finish another lap. But Chiveri is putting in perfect laps right now, 1:13.5, fast. He's going to pull out another 3/10. Henry, we just talked about this in the previous race. Maybe a hybrid setup on that Mini as well, because he's getting faster and faster and faster as well. Never mind tires coming up to temp and everything. But 1:13.5 now has a 1.1 second advantage as we finish up the first half of this race.
Yeah, no, and looking down, well, the fastest driver on track is Lennox Lockhart in 14th position. The problem is he's 22 seconds behind the race leader, Samuel Chiveri, and he's 21 seconds behind Arthur Farrow in second position. Farrow is going to, and his team are going to be living on their nerves at the moment because they have got the second and final ticket position ahead of this group of drivers. 4 of them battling: Myers, Howard, Lipka, and LaRusso.
Yeah, it is all to play for with these guys. They just need to put in laps. Now, last time by, it was still advantage of the top 2. The chasing pack has done a pretty good job of keeping things tidy and not doing a lot of fighting. They can probably tell that they are making a little bit of space to the guys in front. This last time by, fastest lap of the race, Holden Myers, P3, chased him down. He gained 3/10 on Arthur Farrow that time.
Yes, Samuel Chiveri. The team have got it right from Heredia Flores, the PSL karting driver from Costa Rica, keeping himself clear of the rest of the chasing pack. Arthur Farrow, Faf Motorsports, again, just doing enough, 1.2 seconds in front of the third place battle. But the third place battle is for nothing. It's a place in the podium and that's it. These 4 drivers have got to work together to catch Arthur Farrow behind them. There's a big gap to Yusuf Adi, Lincoln Lima, and then Cristiano Del Grosso with Jack Katowski 10th, Lawrence Perryman 11th, Lucas Tarango and Lennox Lockhart. Lockhart still fastest driver on the circuit, but if it was one mistake, one spin, and it's cost Lennox everything. That's the same for every driver though. You've got to be perfect over 2 full days.
And the second half of the race here, things are going to start to develop even more as the track continues to dry. Can you open up your line a little bit? Can you go closer to the apex? Can you continue to evolve as a move down the inside? You can move up. Lipka's going to get the job done on Hudson to finish that point. The reason why I bring that up is Chiveri, he is the leader, but he has to keep finding a little bit more as he actually lost a 1/4 second to Farrow and the rest of the chasing pack last time by.
Yes, indeed. Over the crest, down towards, through Thunder Valley, up to Cell Tower Bend we go. Now Hudson, when you turn the kart left here, that's where Hudson Howard, his line doesn't seem to be the best for that particular corner. He seems to clip the inside of the circuit, get a bit of moisture, a bit of mud onto his left front tyre, which caused him to understeer and lose ground.
Yeah, he's still trying to take closer to a traditional line through that double left after cell tower, while just behind him, Lipka kind of rails it around that cushion a little bit, finds a little bit more. And speaking of a little bit more, Chiveri responds on 1:12.8 personal best there, is able to eke out a 1/10 and a half now. So a little bit of ebb and flow in the front. We still got 5 laps to go.
We still do have 5 laps remaining in this one. As Holden Myers, he looked briefly like he was pulling away from Howard and Lipka and LaRusso and closing in on Farrow. Farrow seems to have struck back a little bit. Holden Myers last time around a 1 minute 12.9. The only driver faster than Holden Myers last time around was once again Lennox Lockhart. 1 minute 12.5. Oh, Lockhart, the team will be kicking themselves. He is so fast, but he's mired back in 13th position as the leaders now. Oh, and at the back of the pack there, that was Massimo LaRusso and the CRG just getting a bit out of shape going through Tech Barn Bend.
You can see immediately how much time he loses. There on screen is Lennox Lockhart. You wonder what exactly happened there for him to kind of go wide and spin out there in double left-hander. Lockhart now back is mired in the back after that spin. Be curious to see how that happened. But right now, fastest driver on the course last time by was Hudson Howard, trying to rebound from having to fight them off in the double left.
But you know something? These races can often not be decided at the very last corner. Let's go back to 2 years ago and what happened here. Yep, it was third to first in the last corner 2 years ago. It's never over till it's over. Now that's significant. That was a look over the shoulder from Arthur Farrow. Is that a sign of nerves? Because I gotta say that Myers and Howard and Lipka and LaRusso look quicker.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's because of a mistake. The 2 laps ago, you had Cheveri that made a big mistake and lost a ton. He just had a heck of a lap. As the inside goes Howard. Howard's going to get the job done on Myers there. So now move Howard up and look immediately. Let's go. We need to get up there to the Farrow, but it was Cheveri who actually lost a ton of time 2 laps ago, rebounded with one of the fastest laps. It was Farrow who lost time, and then with that pass, they lost a little bit more. You've only got 2.5 laps to go. And Howard's correct. We need to not fight and get back up there.
Now, the only driver really sitting pretty here is they're coming up to lapped traffic. They're coming up to the number 18. Oh, Cheveri's going to get caught up behind that Micromax Kart, who spins in front of Farrow, and the lapped driver spins. Arthur Farrow gets collected. He carries on. Has he damaged his nose cone bracket? Cheveri somehow escaped drama in Minimax. Hudson Howard inherits second position.
2 laps to go. Cheveri's out front here, and he has to take a look over the shoulder. Back to the just don't make mistakes, don't have any issues. Farrow somehow after that contact, still P4 just in front of him. The fight for that second ticket is on. Howard has it. Myers is in third. He's right there with him. And here comes Farrow. As you say, hopefully the nose cone's not out because he still has a shot to steal it back.
Here comes Arthur Farrow. Look at the whites of his eyes. Farrow, who was undefeated yesterday, gets tripped over by a lapped kart. And there's another Micromax kart. Well done, Andreas Pena, for getting out of the way and not causing even more drama. Cheveri was lucky it was here a lap ago, and the driver, it was Jasper Knepper, who half spun in front of Farrow. This is now Hudson v Farrow at the back, the number 168. He's okay. Massimo LaRusso already has a ticket. So it's between these front 4.
And you can see as they went through the double left after cell tower, actually it was Farrow who took that other line, lost time on that one, but then a wheel drop from Hudson has Farrow right back in it. I-70, first opportunity for Farrow and company. Defense from Howard. Howard's going to take the normal line, drive off the corner, over, under. Here comes Farrow. Big run coming off side by side. Squeezes him out of room. Farrow's got the spot, and Howard off the track.
Yeah, Arthur Farrow made sure that Hudson Howard had no room left. Howard out of it. It's now Farrow versus Myers versus Lipka for the final ticket. Samuel Cheveri is going to qualify for Costa Rica. The question is, Who is going to take the second and final ticket? Is it Pharaoh in the 1-2-3? Myers in the 1-3-6, Lipka in the 1-8-8, half a lap to go. Holden Myers is going to have to throw something special here at Arthur Pharaoh, but let's not take anything away. Samuel Chaveri, a nation of one, Costa Rica, takes the first ticket. Who takes the second one? It's Pharaoh. Team UK have another Minimax driver by a whisker, and you have to say that Hudson Howard may disagree, but after getting passed by, getting hit by that lap cart just to be done, let's not take anything away. What a drive, Samuel Chaveri, one driver here from Costa Rica. Now Costa Rica have one driver in the grand finals.
And Chaveri with a job well done there. Again, we talked about need to be picture perfect, and he was able to do it front to back in this thing and keep it on the track. Had the speed late, a little bit of a one single mistake, but bounced right back with fast laps. Chaveri, your winner. Farrell with that argy-bargy and move out of the I-70 corner. He's going to hold on to P2. Myers had a shot P3. And then LaRusso, Lipka, your top five. Howard falls back to 6th after that. Lima 7th. Kotowski 8th. Kotowski, your high runner or your finisher in the micro. Yusuf Adi, Lennox, Lockhart. After that spin, getting all the way back up to 10th.
Yep, behind Lennox Lockhart, Lawrence Perryman. Oh, there's some emotion. Congratulations. Samuel Chaveri, Costa Rica. You have got a player in the biggest game of them all.
Tell me, you're a winner. How are you feeling? You've gotten it done. You're representing Costa Rica at the grand finals.
I just feel like I never win, but I feel so happy, and I wish I can do this again.
How long has it taken to get this done? What does the build-up look like for you?
It's taken 4 years for me, and it's not easy, but just today is my first win in U.S.
Who would you like to thank for this one?
My family and my dad.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And from Samuel Chaveri, our second ticket holder, goodness. Samuel had a run in the last few laps where he was just hanging on, but Arthur, talk to me about what was going through your mind, catching through the lap traffic, lose it second, then being able to get it back.
Well, it was hard because back markers are always hard to get past. They can either really help your race or really ruin them. So I got it at a really slippery bit, and he's got kind of half spun it, and I went into him. And then I've been done by 2 of them in front of me, but I managed to get back them in the last 2 laps.
With all that hard work on track, does that now make the flight home a little bit easier now that you got a ticket in the bag and you're going to the grand finals?
Yeah, it'll be a lot easier. It'll make me more happy for the flight.
Well, who would you like to thank for it?
DMR, Daryl, Faf, anyone in Faf who's helped, Dan Holland Racing for helping me get here, and my dad and my mum.
Congrats, Arthur.
Thank you.
There you go. Your 2 grand finals tickets for Minimax, Samuel Chaveri and Arthur Pharaoh.
And you know something? Arthur Pharaoh now joins his younger brother, Albert Pharaoh, on the plane to Bahrain. Oh, karting can be cruel, it can be incredible. We've got tears of joy, tears of sorrow. What about that? His first win in the US. Haley asked that young man looking out there, how long has it taken to get this point? 4 years. 4 years of hard work for the privilege of being able to put on the national flag, the national emblem of your nation. And that is what Samuel Chaveri has just done. We'll be back after the next round of commercial breaks with our last race of the day.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Estúdio, mi amor. Vale la pena, ¿verdad? Tantos dos. Yo siempre tiene cosas buenas para verte.
Okay, congrats. Congratulations. Good job.
Welcome back, and as you can see, the pond outside of I-70, actually the entry to the I-70 corner, driver's left, things are starting to go the other direction. Sprinkles, pretty good sprinkles actually over there in I-70. Probably the most telltale thing is to look at the puddles around you, and that'll tell you if it's raining, and then you start looking down on the ground and seeing if it starts changing color. Out of the gate, I imagine, and we have carts rolling off right now, and I imagine they're probably all on slicks as well at this point. Things could start to switch. The storylines continue, and the drama just gets higher. Here in Senior Max, getting ready to get going. Slicks for everybody. You see them weaving back and forth, even coming onto the track, Henry, and they're trying to get heat in the tires. We've got a little bit of rain down here in I-70.
Yes, we do. I've just literally been out there experiencing the rain. It's not heavy, but it is present. Haley Donaldson, as we look at the starting lineup, who's on what rubber?
Yeah. On the grid before this race rolled off, and as we watched them head to the green flag and get together, I saw that all of the senior drivers have chosen to take slick tires in this one. Absolutely no one will be on wets.
There you have it, Henry. Everybody going with the slicks, and that makes sense. And the rain didn't actually start coming down there till just before they were leaving the grids. There wasn't going to be enough time to make the switch back anyway.
Now, do you know something? As we look down towards the back of a 37 kart starting lineup, you know, everyone's in the same boat. And they might be driving boats by the end of it, depending on how hard the rain comes. But, you know, the lottery element of the race is not going to take place. It's not going to be, you know, somebody rolling the dice and gambling. Whoever copes best on equal tyre, on equal track surface, it comes down to setup, it comes down to driver skill. And what a race we have in store. Now, the ticket allocation is as follows. The winner gets to choose between a DD2 ticket and a senior ticket. However, to be a DD2 ticket holder, you must be 16. All right, so if a 15-year-old wins, they can only take the senior ticket. And then the second place finisher gets the DD2 ticket, provided they are age appropriate. If the winner chooses the senior ticket, then the DD2 ticket goes to the next best place finisher, who is 16 or in their 16th year. There are the rules. Paulie Massimino, Cameron Nelson lead the field into the tram lines. All on slick tyres, nerves through the roof. Huge issues at turn number 1. Half a dozen drivers and more in the middle of the pack running out of grip. It's Cameron Nelson and Paulie Massimino clear at the front. Has this race been decided at turn number 1? These drivers, look at Hodgson up to 3rd, Burnett in 4th, and in 5th position trying to see who that is. That could be Frankie Mossman in P5. It is for the Speed Concepts team, trying to go around the outside. Great move from Fast Frankie. Drivers running out of grip left, right and centre. There's Timothy Pernod making a move.
Remember, Pernod was actually fastest in the warm-up, but that was a lot wetter conditions. Now we're close for the dry. Frustration from the 344, Jensen Burnett, hand in the air. He's not happy. I wonder if that thing's already bent up from the contact.
Yeah, I mean, as they went into turn number 1, the middle of the pack, there's Karts off at scoreboard bend 2. Everybody seems to have emerged back unscathed. Look at Cooper O'Clair. Cameron Nelson, 2 seconds up the road. The Pride of Pontyclean, 3rd in last year's junior final. We're looking down to see who we lost on the opening lap. Josh Norman has not come through. William Boutillier, Paul Hamburg, Aidan Fox, Brandon Atkins are all out. Billy Musgrave got caught up as well. Caleb Gaffar is down in 27th place. This is a great scrap though on track.
It is argy-bargy. It's not just, okay, a little bit of slick conditions. It's we're going to help each other out here, and by help, I mean hurt. A little bit of nudge, a little bit of force the job in there. But 397.
Eli Warren.
Warren's off already. Look, because of slickness, he's not going to be able to get that thing going without getting out of the go-kart.
Yep.
Now, and you said at the very beginning, did the race get decided out of the gate? It is a 2-second advantage for Nelson. Massimino has his own 3-second advantage on Hodgson's contact there to the right-handers.
Yeah, I want to point out, we'll look for number 347, Riker Ekholm. Started 27th, is up to P11 for the Macaleer racing team. There's Jonathan Markison. He's suddenly come alive. The Australian driver in kart number 371. Well, these are for the minor placings, but who knows? We could still have a shock on our hands. Massimino, 3 seconds in front of him. There's Riker Ekholm from 27th. Let's have a look at the Shop AKR replay down at turn number 1. It was Boutillier who got spun around, and there's a PSL kart vaulting up through the air. Musgrave you could see on the outside of the track as well. Here is Riker Ekholm, however. and he is on a mission.
Remember, he had the issue in qualifying, got
Yep.
a single lap only. He started all the heat rates P last and had to move his way up. What a turn of events, and had to tip the heck home.
Indeed. He's chasing Timothy Pernot, Theo Silveira, Arno Saborin. Diego Ramos is there in 6th. The gap back to Ryan Raffer in 12th here. So we're looking at 8th, 9th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th at the moment. Nelson's lead has shrunk just a little bit.
Yes, Paulie Massimino going purple last time by 108.4, just 2/10 quicker than Cameron, but lots and lots of time left. You're looking on screen of Mossman and Hodgson. That's 3rd and 4th. They're trying to give chase, but they are still a solid 3+ seconds back of the chasing, about 3.6. And look at that on screen, you guys. You can see the right-hand side of Mossman, his right-hand side, the radiator slightly disconnected, probably hooked on by hoses only.
Yeah, now we saw one of the PSL carts, it may have been Timothy Pernot, that went up over another driver coming out of turn number 1 on lap number 1. That would be, as a betting man, I would say pretty confidently that the cart that he rode over was Frankie Mossman.
And provided that thing stays attached, it shouldn't be the end of the world. He's not going to get quite as much air in that thing, but it could go back on that tire and give him a hard time. You can see another replay here. That's the move by Hodgson down the inside.
And we're looking down there. Yeah, you can just see that radiator. It's got a couple of hoses connecting it, and those couple of hoses are keeping it from getting very expensive.
And now Auclair's in the conversation, and Mossman's not happy about the fighting. I think he still thinks, hey, we have a shot at the guys up front, and we're not doing ourselves any favors. I think Hodgson feels the same way. He just wants to lead the thing.
Was he now? Well, I'm assuming Mossman is unhappy about the racing, and maybe he hasn't been given a technical flag, has he? I wonder. No. He's unhappy with being raced.
Exactly.
He wants to catch the ticket positions. Paulie Massimino.
Well, and I'll tell you right now, too, if I'm Hodgson, I'm seeing that radiator bouncing around. I might not want to be behind that dude, so let's go ahead and make the move and try to make inroads. Auclair immediately tries to make the move as well. They lose time, and that gives advantage to Hodgson. But talk about advantage. I said a couple laps ago, Massimino's starting to turn things on and catch him. Guess what? 107.0 was the fastest lap, so Pernod actually got, I don't know if he was the leaper or not with that kind of lap, but Nelson a 107.3, 3/10 to the good for Massimino, and they are still now almost 5 seconds ahead of 3rd.
Maggie Webster has retired, joining a list of other retirees from the opening lap. Josh Norman, Brandon Atkins, Paul Hamburg, and William Boutillier. So we've got 32 karts still running. Aidan Galway is 32nd, Aidan Carruthers 31st, Antoine Lemieux 30th, Eli Warren 29th, Aidan Fox 28th, Caitlin Hottenstein is 27th, Billy Musgrave 26th, Keelan Torigny 25th, 24th is Dutton. The leader's off. The leader is off. Cameron Nelson. It started to rain, and Nelson, he's got such an advantage, so he's back on. And now Paulie Massimino leads the race, but it is pouring down on the circuit.
It's going to change everything right here, but these guys still have a good lead. It's the same thing for everybody. Remember,
everyone's in the same boat.
Everybody has the slick tires, so all you have to do, this is textbook rain racing. Keep it on the track.
And the other thing is, I'm not sure Cameron Nelson is old enough to take a DD2 ticket. So therefore, if Paulie Massimino wins this race and elects to take the senior ticket, Billy Musgrave off again.
He's called, yeah.
So if Paulie Massimino, things stay as they are, and he elects to take the senior ticket, I'm not sure Nelson is old enough to drive a DD2, so it's down to Nelson. Nelson, I got a feeling that Nelson's only way of getting a ticket is by winning this race and taking the senior ticket. Oh, he's off again, Nelson. He's running it really, really close.
Well, and the track is not raining everywhere. Now I think that the rain started over by the scale house area, is working its way now to the rest of the track. Musgrave off once again as we see Massimino go around. Massimino, you saw, was able to keep the cart on the track, but that rain has now enveloped the rest of it. You can see the water coming off the tires. This is actually the wettest it's been since
all
the very
morning.
beginning.
Yep.
To your point about the ticket, maybe it's just going to be negotiations time for Nelson, right? Hey, Paulie, you should probably take that DD2 ticket. That's what he's going to be saying.
Yeah, and Paulie's thinking, let me think, have I ever driven a DD2 in my life? No. Have I got a good chance of winning in seniors? Yes. There's Marshall running this kart, sliding off the track left, right and centre. Now behind the top two, Hodgson is third, Ramos is fourth, Arno Saborin fifth, Auclair sixth, Mossman seventh, Theo Silveira is eighth. There goes the 302 of Saborin is out. And is that Diego Ramos? Ramos also out of the race. They are dropping like flies.
So here you got Massimino on screen. He's your leader. Nelson just there, a little bit behind, taking different lines, trying to find their way around. Look at how the kart is not working. Nelson tried to take the standard, more diagonal line. What they're doing is they're going straight at it and then trying to diamond it in the center to get the thing rotated. What's happening is these guys still have that advantage. We're going to see as they come across the line. Where is he is right there, Hodgson. He's closing up on him because I think he hasn't had the mistakes.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. And look at the way, Massimino's off. Massimino understeers. The battle for the lead. The slowest battle for the lead you'll ever see in seniors. Nelson takes it. The Welshman is back in the lead, and look at Hodgson.
You see that look over the shoulder immediately from Massimino. You can't hold the outside here, you're going to be toast. So he ends up dropping back, immediately looks behind. How bad is the situation? It's kind of bad. Hodgson, 2.8 seconds astern. Auclair, 11.9 from the leader. So it is still Hodgson is the guy making inroads. And if there's a cat who can get it done in the wet, it's Oliver Hodgson.
Absolutely. What's the theme music from Jaws that we need to start playing? Dun, 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 dun. Because Cameron Nelson and Paulie Massimino are the innocent swimmers, and the great white shark from King's Lynn in Norfolk, number 359, Oliver Hodgson, is, he's licking his chops, and he's thinking to himself, I fancy me some senior ROTAXes for lunch.
I'll tell you, this is looking like maybe changing conditions again. The way these guys are kind of tough.
Look at Nelson.
Yeah, he's trying to shove that thing into the ground as much as he possibly can. He gets it turned and then send it to the inside. Replay down lower right. That's going to be Massimino.
Yep.
And he goes off just a little bit, able to get it turned. But look at that big pick and rotation for Nelson. That gets him position. Massimino's done at that point.
I look at Nelson, that he's just literally wrenching the car. He's got to get the inside rear wheel off the ground. He wants the outside wheel to dig in. Oh, the top three are closing up again.
And so what they're trying to do there, like Nelson, the reason why he's doing all that is because you're turning the front end's not working. The way go-karts work, for anybody who's new, is you're going to have those front tires, they dig into the ground. They get the thing to pick that way. Well, when it shoves across the surface, it's not getting the dig. It's not getting that insider to pick, which means the kart wants to go straight. When you lean over those tires, when you get that thing to pick by a violent move in the wheel, that's how you get it rotated.
Lapped traffic in the way. Oh, that slows Hodgson down a little bit. That was Caitlin Hottenstein, I believe. We have lost Jensen Burnett. Jensen Burnett is out of the race. Let's have a little look down there now. We'll watch Nelson up in the air. Back end slides out. Does he catch it? Oh, it's poetry in motion.
And you can see it's a huge hit. So it's not just a nice smooth wheel. The smoothness is gone when we have rain racing. He's got full lock, and then they'll do a little kick with the helmet or move with the body. A little bit more height with him, so he's able to use that. There it is, that kind of lean over the outside, get that outsider to dig. And let's see what things are going on down at pit lane. I think Xander's got plenty for us.
Well, I can tell you right now, the rain has already slowed down, as you guys were starting to mention. So while it just slicked the track off, it is getting dry once again. So you're going to continue to see the pendulum swing for the leader, being the blind guy to every single brake zone, and everyone else behind him, in this case Massimino and Hodgson, being able to use him as a gauge and try to go a little deeper or a bit of an alternate line. But on top of that, you mentioned the lap traffic. It's about 10 more seconds to Billy Musgrave, who's the next one running. He's obviously had a horrific run in this main event. And then about another 3 seconds, and you start to slowly see the rest of the field. In fact, there's spinners again further back. So the leaders, they're not home free, obviously, with the conditions changing, but there will be more lap traffic playing a factor.
Thank you, Xander. Oliver Hodgson passes Paulie Massimino for P2 and the second ticket position. Hodgson, he's English-born, American-based. He said he would race for the Stars and Stripes because the USA has been his home for some years now. Paulie Massimino, the Massimino name has never been to the Grand Finals. Team USA, were they going to get a veteran driver by the looks of it? Is it going to be Hodgson or Massimino? Because Cameron Nelson is away and up the road. John O'Markison has retired. There he is in his Team Australia race suit out of the race. We're down to about 26 drivers out of the 37 that started, and Garrett Moran, in his first race in 10 years, is about to break into the top 10.
He loved it when the rain came down.
Oh,
the leader's
Nelson!
off! The leader is off! That's going to be Hodgson now, new leader. We were just talking about who the first person into the braking zone is going to be, and it was Nelson. Nelson finds out the hard way. You went in just a little bit too hot. It is now a huge mano-a-mano fight for the tickets. And guess what? They can stay right where they're at.
Yep.
Does Massimino just chill and hang out? What did I say? Keep it on the track. And he had the advantage and lost it.
Yep, Nelson just overcooked it. Now it looks like the rain is coming back at us. Nelson had such an advantage. The top three are so far ahead of Cooper O'Clair in fourth place. Nelson still runs third. One mistake now for either of these two veterans. Mossman's off. Mossman's off out of P9. Riker Ekholm's up to 8th. So it's down to Hodgson against Massimino. Who is gonna blink first? World Grand Finals champion in 2013, Oliver Hodgson. Oh, Timothy Pernod out of 5th position. This is so treacherous, Mike. It's so treacherous. Even the best can make a mistake. The USA have got two of the most experienced, two of their most talented drivers, even though Hodgson is from Britain, from the UK, up at the front. Oh, Hodgson's got to be on tiptoes. Don't go over the lip, Ollie. They keep it on. They keep it on.
Did you see how far back they were slowing down to? All the way back at the kink to try to make sure they slow down to ride him out. Now again, the next hard break is on very, very early, well before the curbing. Big group of wheel there. Straighten it back out and get going. Again, a look over the shoulder from Paulie is going to see that he's got an 8-second advantage. And if he knows anything about how the tickets work, he just needs to chill where he's at. Hodgson, he knows what's going on, so he's going to be able to just stay right where he's at.
Yep, Xander Clements, what have you got for us down on pit road?
Well, not too much in terms of pit road changing. I mean, the rain's gone back for a lap, 10 seconds, then back away, then back again, and it's enough to keep the surface pretty dark. But I wanted to remind everyone watching along at home, the last time we were able to bring you this race, Oliver Hodgson was able to win it, put a stomping on the field in conditions nearly identical to this. It rained while they were on track for the pre-grid, then it dried up, and on slick tires on a slick surface that was continuously changing. That sneaky Brit, now American, was phenomenal. It looks like he's right back up to it again 2 years later.
Absolutely. Thank you, Xander. We just saw Owen Spate run wide out of 12th position. There are a number of unsung heroes in this race at the moment. I'll give you a couple of them. Theo Silveira running 5th for the Pfaff Motorsport team. Ryan Raffa running 6th. Riker Ekholm up to 8th. Garrett Moran is now 11th from 31st. John Wade 13th from 32nd. Tristan Altman is there in 40th. Tommy Trailer up to 15th position. They're not going to make it, but they're having an absolutely storming drive in these conditions. Hodgson, hold your breath, Ollie Hodgson fans. There are a lot of you on both sides of the pond. I know that Oliver's better half, Jade Goodwin, will be watching. She's hoping to join Oliver living here in the US full-time potentially next year. She is a racing driver in her own right and a very successful one. But Hodgson, he says he's very open about it. He owes his career as a professional kart racer and driver coach to the ROTAX Grand Finals at 2013 at NOLA. It's an event very close to his heart. He qualified 2 years ago and raced for the final time for Team UK. He says he will wear the stars and stripes because the USA is his home and he feels he can unite the United States team. He's got 2 laps to do it. Paulie Massimino follows him at a distance. The ROTAX Grand Finals and Team USA will be far, far richer by having the name Massimino with it. It will bring a huge audience, not usually who watch ROTAX racing, from the USA to Bahrain to watch Paulie in action. He's got 2 laps, a lap and a half now to make it. And the gap back to Cameron Nelson is 7 seconds.
And spare a moment for Nelson.
Oh, the pride upon the clean. Yes.
Leading away, not like it was all in hand, but he drove a very, very good race. That one small mistake, and that's all it takes here when it's this slick. Small mistake that turned into a big one. Again, you get offline, you get in the grass, and we saw Mossman earlier, just spinning the tires trying to get back on. So Nelson, almost enough, but we'll have to probably settle here for third.
Yep. Well, of course, you never know if there's an issue in tech for any of the top, for either of the top 2. Nelson's the first person that capitalizes. However, he's so far behind that if there's a nose cone penalty, 5 seconds, that would, for either Hodgson or Massimino, that would still keep them in the top 2. 37 drivers started this race. There are 19 still running. Mossman has retired, Pernod has retired, Arnaud Saborin has retired, and we're lapping traffic. Hold your breath. That's Dustin Williams. Oh my word, who was that that's gone off? Was that Paulie? Was that Massimino out of P2?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't. It was a lap kart spearing off.
Take a breath, Henry.
Oh my word, where's my tablets? Oh, this is the final lap. It's been a war of attrition. Sometimes you need a race like this to guarantee the very, very best make it to the Grand Finals. And we're going to have 2 of the very, very best at the Grand Finals in Hodgson and in Massimino. Mike Smith, what a drive.
Oliver Hodgson, just a few corners to go. He's already had success in multiple years. He's going to add 1 in a row here. How about Oliver Hodgson? A left, a right, a right. That's all it's going to take. He's going to use a lot of the wheel to do it, and he's going to be nice and ginger with everything. Keep it on the track. Oliver Hodgson, you're going to add yet another one to the books, baby. 359 comp kart for the win.
Hodgson will go back to Bahrain, and for the first time in his glittering, decorated career, Paulie Massimino will don the stars and stripes of Team USA. Look at the carnage, the karts everywhere. This was survival of the fittest. It was a war of attrition on slick tires on a damp track. 37 started, 19 finish. Everyone who does finish deserves a medal, but there are only 2. They are tickets. They're to Bahrain. There they are.
Oliver Hodgson on top. Paulie Massimino, as you say, bringing it in for P2. Cameron Nelson, phenomenal drive, holds on for the final spot on the podium there. Cooper Auclair, Caleb Gaffari, your top 5. Then Ryan Raffa, Aiden Fox, Theo Severia, Ludovic Saborin, and Garrett Moran. You talked about it before. Garrett Moran, top 10 after 10 years away. busted up ribs last year, and guess what? Kick and drive in the wet stuff.
And you know what? Moran starting 31st and John Wade starting 32nd. They finish at 10th and 11th. The only other drivers to survive. As you look at the rest who didn't, Owen Spate, Antoine Lemieux, Tristan Altman, Tommy Traylor, Derek Rago and Dustin Williams were the only other finishers. Over half the field retired. The track was too much for them. Let's listen.
Good job, guys. Stay the left.
I come off the track a little bit earlier. I was like, I don't know if I think I blew it. Like early on, you two were out.
Yeah, if it stayed dry, it was, you were pretty far back.
Yeah,
as soon as it
yeah.
started raining, I'm like, great. You Brits are like, God.
Guess the reps in the rain count for something.
I was gonna come, or I wasn't gonna do it.
Ollie, 2 years ago, you started the run in the big three of events towards the end, right? And you mentioned that you've gone to the grand finals numerous times. You started this one and you were hoping this year was just going to continue on with a grand finals win, maybe a Supernats win. You've started now 2 years later, and it felt like a throwback to that 2023 main where we had rain and then dry and back and forth. Talk to me, what was it like out there?
It's funny, like it's almost like someone designed this race for me because I really like this engine package, and then it seems more often than not the Sunday throws a weather mix in there, which I don't know if it's, I think maybe it's the experience. I just don't care what conditions they are, like give them to me as they come. But yeah, I thought we were a bit far back there at the start and I had one mistake, and then, you know, the chain of events of the rain come down. And we were just able to be nice and calm and keep the kart going well, and yeah, excited, and just want to thank Comp Kart a lot. It's, I feel pretty special that we've been able to come here 4 years in a row and do it. That doesn't happen very often in most things.
Yeah, to be on that kind of a winning streak is incredible. Talk to me, too, especially the back and forth. I mean, it felt like every other lap we'd get more rain, and then about a lap or two later it would dry up. What's going through your head, and what are you looking for as a driver?
I think the biggest thing is just not, you know, you obviously don't want to be early on the brakes. It's just you're kind of judging the spot of how the kart feels, so trying to attack on the brakes without overcooking it. So, yeah, just pure feel from the bum in the seat, picking the braking point and committing to it.
Well, it was a heck of a performance, Oliver. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oliver Hodgson, your Grand Finals ticket winner and your Senior Max main event winner, 4 years ongoing.
I've got Polly here. Polly, it's a P2 on that race. You've secured a ticket to Bahrain. Tell me about those conditions. How difficult was it to drive out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty difficult. Obviously, we were here for SCUSA a few months back, and same thing happened. We went out, it was dry, and then it started raining. So I'm happy. I had fun this week. I mean, I usually suck in the rain, so to lose to Oliver, it's okay. I mean, every single time it's raining and he's out there, that's the one I'm watching. So he's just so good in the rain. Even Nelson's really good in the rain. The Brits, I mean, I don't know. It must rain a lot over there. They're phenomenal in the rain, and I just don't know how to get to the same level as them. Maybe just more practice.
And in reference to Bahrain, how excited are you to get out there and to show the rest of the world what you can do?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to talk to Brandon and my dad and see what the plan is. We came here to get the senior ticket. I've never driven a DD2 before, so I don't know how that works. But maybe we'll go. Maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll kind of come together. We have a club race at home, so we got to figure out what we kind of want to do. Definitely, if I would have won, I would have went. But this makes it a little smaller of a percentage.
Well, he's conflicted, but congratulations, Polly, and thank you.
Thank you.
And from Paulie Massimino, Cameron Nelson led laps, led early, led in the middle, and my goodness, what a crazy race to battle for the tickets. We have two that now have been awarded. We heard from Paulie. We'll see if he ends up electing for his in DD2, but Cameron, I know this one's going to sting a bit. Man, what a performance you've had this weekend. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great weekend all round, obviously, in the final, starting second, a really good start, jumping into the lead, but a mistake on my side into the first corner, obviously, a little bit more rain and just a bit of a mistake, and we dropped it off. But still happy to come away with third, even though we should have. I say should have, but we were in it to win it.
And it's a monumental effort to travel halfway across the world and compete at this stage. Who would you like to thank for making it all possible?
I'd like to thank my whole family, DHR and Time for providing me the package, and FAF Motorsport. They've been great.
Congratulations. You're still on the podium, Cameron. I know this one stings a bit, but we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Cameron Nelson, P3 at the end of it all in Senior Max as we wrap up here with more post-race scaling to continue.
Well, the disappointment there, is racked across Cameron Nelson's face. Paulie Massimino, yeah, he's never driven a DD2 before. If Paulie elects not to go, that ticket from this event will go to the next age-eligible driver who hasn't got a ticket. Now, I'm not sure if Cameron Nelson is old enough to go in DD2. We'll have to double-check. Cooper O'Clair already has a ticket.
Could be that man right there.
It could be that man right there, Caleb Gafara. So, who knows? He's old enough. Ryan Raffa. Oh, Caleb, we're getting word there. Nose cone penalty for Caleb Gafara. Ryan Raffa. The Full Tilt Racing number 315 machine could be in line for a big surprise.
Remember I was talking about negotiations. This is possibly the negotiations. So I was like, Paulie, you may not want to go at all, right? So you don't want to go, Paulie. I'd like to go.
Hey, now, we mentioned about that. What information, Xander, have you got about Caleb Gafara?
Well, unfortunately, it's just one of those things with a pushback bumper system. Caleb Gafara was spun backwards and facing the field on the start. Ryan Raffa and a number of others that ultimately got back into the top 10 by the time we threw the checkered flag were also involved or had to go off track, but Caleb was spun facing the entire 30-plus Senior Max field, got clobbered, and of course that bumper got pushed in from a ton of impacts. Nothing on his own doing, but it knocks him down the leaderboard.
Yep. Cruel sport this can be. Here's number 355. Marco Kasich. Well, he's one of the many drivers that didn't finish this race, bringing his car back in backwards.
Anyone can go in forwards. That takes a little bit of style.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of style. A little bit of style.
Well, so it's all the big question mark in the air as far as what the ticket is, but as far as the performances on the weekend, not just in this category, but in all categories, phenomenal effort. Look, if you are at the sharp end, if you got a podium, if you're even making it to the end, you had to pull out all the stops, dig deep in the toolbox. How about a hat tip for all these drivers?
Absolutely. We had an international field here. Now, let's just say some of those drivers that didn't even make it to the end, Paul Hamburg from Estonia, he has been to the grand finals before. Boutillier, front row driver. Jensen Burnett, he's finished in the top 10 in the CIK World Championships. Diego Ramos, a multiple US champion. John O'Markerson, he's been to the grand finals to represent Australia a number of times. Eli Warren, CKNA Grands winner, here. Just a few weeks ago, Billy Musgrave finishing, five-time Supernats winner, the All-American Badass. Let's have a look back at turn number 1. Nelson, what a great start. But it's Boutillier in the REM kart who gets spun around. And you can see there's Gafara facing the wrong way, and I think he's already been pounded on the nose. Somehow everyone got going again. There were karts going off left, right and centre. Now the rain looks like it is settling in. So, Mike, your first ROTAX US Trophy Finals. It's been a strange one, obviously. The weather. What have you thought of the event as a whole?
A little bit of everything, but overall, I mean, the international aspect of things, having all different drivers from different countries coming in here, in the experience level differences as far as the equipment, not necessarily the drivers, right? But having to get through all that stuff, and we still saw, no matter what, cream rose to the top, and it was phenomenal racing. We had dry, we had wet, we had dry ying, we had getting wetter. Talk about a full weekend of everything you could ask for racing.
Yeah, the highs and lows. For those of you who aren't familiar with ROTAX karting over the course of the year, this is the final stop in North America on the road to Bahrain. There is another event next weekend, the South America International Trophy, the Golden Trophy in Genk in Europe. Some of these drivers will put entries in to try and go to secure that ticket because it means so much to them. We have 5 new members of the Grand Finals grid in 2025. Isaac Malquit for Team USA. We have Arthur Farrow for Team UK. We have Oliver Hodgson for Team USA. At the moment, the ticket is Paulie Massimino's. It's his choice. He could and I think should go to represent Team USA. And the 5th and final member of the Grand Finals is the Costa Rica, Samuel Chaveri. Well done. Well, this has been a Kart Chaser production of the 2025 RMC Race ROTAX US Trophy Final. On behalf of Haley Donaldson, Xander Clements, Mike Smith, and the rest of the Kart Chaser crew, we'll be back for Podiums later on. Thank you for joining us.
got me down again. down again. You got me down again.
Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, viewers on Kart Chaser, and here at the Racers Grill in Newcastle. This is the podium presentation for the 2025 Race ROTAX RMC US Trophy Finals. Firstly, before we get underway, on behalf of BRP ROTAX, can I say a big thank you to firstly Karting Solutions Group and SRA Canada for the organisation and for the officiating of this event. Could I also say a huge thank you to all the circuit staff here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Most importantly, can I say thank you to you, the drivers, your teams, and your families for supporting this event. Now, the road to the grand finals started in the USA all the way back in January at the Winter Trophy in Orlando. We moved to Phoenix at the West Trophy in March, and now finally here in October. Drivers from around the world have been here this weekend to try and secure one of the coveted tickets that will allow them to go and represent their nation in the grand finals at the end of November in Bahrain. There are ticket winners here from several different countries that have earned their tickets today. However, Team USA drivers will be wearing the following colours in Bahrain. Here are the official Team USA race suits, clothing and teamwear provided by the partners for ROTAX USA. Drivers, this is what it's all about. Putting your national colours over your heart, over your chest, and racing not for your team, not for your sponsor, not for your chassis, but for your country. So good luck. For those of you that haven't made it, the drivers that will go and represent your country will need your support, watching, commenting and supporting online via the Alpha Live TV coverage of the event. It truly is a one of a kind. We call it the biggest party in world karting, and for those of you who have qualified this year for the first time, you are going to see why. We get started with the prizes in Micromax. There was no ticket available, but there are some fantastic prizes. So, without further ado, could we please have, first of all, the highest finishing driver from the ROTAX Regional Championships? It is Andreas Peña. He is the ROTAX Regional Cup winner. He finished 4th. Not here, unfortunately. In 3rd position in Micromax, please welcome Canada's Jack Clem. Jack is going to the grand finals to represent Canada. Jack, if you would like to stand P3. He gets a trophy, he gets the cap, and as part of his 3rd place prize, he wins $500 towards an entry to one of the 2026 ROTAX Club races, a ROTAX racing mat as well. Thank you very much. Finishing in 2nd position in Micromax, Kuiper Nelson. Kuiper takes the trophy, the cap. He will have a set of Mojo tires and also $750 towards a ROTAX race entry or ROTAX engine package. Congratulations, Kuiper. But your Micromax winner here this weekend, please put your hands together for number 92, Jack Katowski. Jack Katowski wins, obviously, the trophy. His first place prize, a full paid entry to a 2026 ROTAX event, and courtesy of the print truck, Jack gets a special photo package there with the US Trophy Final logo and obviously Jack on it. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our top 3 in Micromax. And hang on. Right, if could we have just Jack, do you stand there, and we'll have one photo of just our winner, and we'll move the photo package to the front. There we go. We'll hold that by there. That'll work. No, it won't. Put your feet on that, Jack. There we go. That's how we make things happen. Okay, there we go. And our official photographer. Thank you very much. Once again, our Micromax top 3. Parents, you are allowed to come in to help with the large quantity of goodies and prizes. Congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hand out the first of our tickets. There are 3 classes, Minimax, Junior Max and Senior Max. 5 tickets between those 3 classes. Once again, when we call all the drivers, they need as much support as possible from you, those in attendance. We will begin with Minimax. Finishing as the highest positioned ROTAX regional driver in 18th place overall, Dalton Sears. Unfortunately, Dalton can't be here. The top 3 are finishing in 3rd position, driving kart number 136 for Comp Kart, Holden Myers. Holden gets the ROTAX mat, cap, trophy, and there will be a voucher for $500 towards a 2026 ROTAX event entry or engine package. Now to our ticket winners. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for FAF Motorsports. He goes to his first ROTAX Grand Finals, where he will represent Team UK, Arthur Farrow. Arthur receives a set of tyres and a very special Ticket to Bahrain photo package from the print truck. There is the ticket. Congratulations, Arthur. We will swap things. We'll swap all the prizes around to make sure we get the correct photographs for all the sponsors. But your winner and 2025 US ROTAX Trophy Final Champion. He goes to his first Grand Finals where he will be the one and only driver to represent Costa Rica, Samuel Chaveri. The last time Costa Rica had a representative at the Grand Finals was in Brazil 2018. On that occasion, their one driver finished second in DD2. That driver's name was Danny Formal, who many of you will be very familiar with. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your top 3 in Minimax and your 2 Grand Final ticket winners, Arthur Ferro and Samuel Chaveri. Now, if we could swap, right, drivers, you need to put your feet against the back of there so that we can get the very unique print truck photo package that you get with you. First class tickets to Bahrain for, and now we're going to try and hold the tickets as well. While we're having those photos taken, all ticket winners, please, you must stay back for one photograph at the end. We will also do a full photo of all drivers present for Team USA. Thank you very much. Minimax. Congratulations. Now we move on to Junior ROTAX. Firstly, finishing as the best positioned ROTAX regional driver. In 12th position overall, Vernon, New Jersey's Darren Kidd. Courtesy of the Texas Karting League, he gets his ROTAX Regional Cup. What else you got there, Darren? A piece of paper. And you get one fully paid entry into a 2026 ROTAX event. Congratulations. Wait, you stand right by there, in your Crocs. Thank you. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for FAF Motorsports, representing Georgia, it's Mate Komakidze. Mate takes a ROTAX mat, cap, and voucher $500 towards an entry for any 2026 ROTAX event or engine package. Finishing in 2nd position, a former top 5 driver in the Micromax Grand Finals, not to be this time, driving for Premier Karting in association with Plateau Energy Drink, it's Alexis Bayerjon. Alexis gets a set of tires and $750 off a cost of a 2026 ROTAX event entry or engine package. But your junior ROTAX champion and ticket winner 5 years ago, COVID prevented him from going to represent Team USA as a Micromax driver. In 2025, he finally gets to wear the stars and stripes, driving for Mike Doty Racing. It's Isaac Malquit. Isaac gets the trophy, the hat, the print truck photo package and a ticket he finally gets to use to go to Bahrain. Team USA's newest junior ROTAX driver, Isaac Malquit. Congratulations, all drivers. Now we're going to quickly tell you what, Isaac, you've got to put your foot on the back of that, like so. Good lad. We'll move this in here. Once again, we are very grateful to the print truck for providing a number of prizes that, well, we didn't ask them to. They just on the spirit of the weekend, and because the print truck just love the game so much, they have really gone above and beyond. You can go and buy personalised photo packages of any driver from the print truck. Wave, say hello, print truck, from this man by there and his boss. The boss. There we go. Drivers, once again, congratulations, Junior ROTAX. Hang on, don't you move your foot there, Isaac. There we go, that's better. Mate, you forgot your rug. Mate, come and get your rug. Or else I'll beat with a stick over it. There we go. One more class to go, ladies and gentlemen. Senior ROTAX. Firstly, the highest place finisher from the ROTAX Regional Championships in 6th position overall, Aidan Fox. Aidan is not here, but Davin Roberts, his teammate, will collect his ROTAX Cup and a free entry into, you could be Aidan if you want, Davin. Okay, you could be Aidan if you want. Now on to the top three. Finishing in 3rd position. Last year, he was a podium finisher in the Junior ROTAX Grand Finals at Sarno. Just missing out this time, representing Wales and driving for Pfaff Motorsport, Cameron Nelson. Cameron gets a ROTAX mat. He also gets $500 off a 2026 ROTAX event entry or engine package. Now the top two. Tickets available in DD2 and Senior ROTAX. Finishing in 2nd position, a driver with a glittering resume across all of karting, but who will now represent Team USA for the first time in ROTAX's ultimate class. Please welcome Paulie Massimino. Paulie gets $750 off the cost of a ROTAX race entry or engine package in 2026. He gets the tickets to Bahrain, the photo package. Nice try, Paulie. But Team USA needs the Massimino name as part of it, and in 2025 the Massimino name will be linked with Team USA, long overdue. But your Senior ROTAX winner of the 110 drivers who entered this weekend, our next driver is the only one of those 110 to have won a grand finals before. He will go to his 5th ROTAX grand finals, but he will be going to his first grand finals as a member of Team USA. USA, it's Oliver Hodgson. Oliver, to apologise. He went last year as a member of Team USA, but we'll forget about that. But close. But he is a winner for Team UK in 2013. He gets the ticket and the photo package and the honour of going to his 5th Grand Finals. Paulie Massimino will go to his first. There are some few opportunities left, maybe for Cameron Nelson at the Golden Trophy next weekend in Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your senior ROTAX top 3. Right, let's do the old swapperoo. So you got to put your feet on the base, hold your tickets in the air like you just don't care. Multitask, Paulie, multitask. Thank you. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Senior ROTAX. Okay, thank you very much. Could we now please have all 5 of our ticket winners? All 5 of our ticket winners up to the front. Just our ticket winners. Just holding the tickets. So, first of all, we need Samuel Chaveri. We need Isaac Malquit. Where's your ticket, Samuel? Where's you got to get your ticket? You waited 4 years for it. Oliver and Isaac. Where's Arthur? Arthur, can we have you? And then we have one more photo afterwards with the other members of Team USA who are present here as well. Okay, right then. So, first things first, big smiles. But you haven't got any lunch in your teeth. You're okay, Samuel. Big smile. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your 5 ticket winners from the 2025 RMC US Trophy Finals. Okay, thank you. So, if we could ask Paulie, Oliver, and Isaac to stay put, Arthur and Samuel, you can make your way this side. You can come to the side. We have several other members of Team USA for 2025 here. Cooper O'Clair, Kyle Drysdale, and Davin Roberts. They will also represent Team USA. They've even sorted themselves out in height order. Cooper's hair makes him the tallest. He's got that Billy Musgrave thing going on still. Ladies and gentlemen, here are 6 of the drivers who will do battle for the Stars and Stripes in Bahrain this year. Thank you so much for your support all season. For those of you that missed out, I'm very sorry. Keep cheering on your countrymen and women in Bahrain. And remember, there is always next year. We will leave you on the Kart Chaser live stream with images of 6 drivers that will represent Team USA in 2025. Thank you and good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.